Well, good morning, good morning. Let's start with some pre-market analysis here, shall we? Let's see. I do wanna adjust my gain a little bit this morning. Okay. Let's see how this sounds. It sounds like I'm still sick, is what it sounds like. Okay, I think this is pretty good. Hopefully this is good to everybody else. I'm listening on my phone at the same time, and all right, and apologies again for my stuffiness, but it is what it is. All right, let's bump out to the daily time frame here on NQ. Kind of take a look to see what we've got going. We have dug into this new week opening gap a little bit, have not filled what would be called the liquidity void all the way yet. Liquidity void is the space between either wicks or bodies, but where there is nothing overlapping. A volume imbalance is like between this January 21st and January 22nd candle, where there is a wick, but the bodies aren't overlapping at all. So that is a volume imbalance. But a liquidity void is much more important in terms of draw and area of support and resistance. So would expect this to get filled. Still bullish technically on the daily, although we have obviously been chopping sideways for quite some time, going back to middle of December really on NQ. If we bump down to the 4 hour, kind of an ugly 4 hour time frame, really no expansion to one side or the other, just been a slow grind up into this new week opening gap. We do have a 4 hour gap underneath at the 1800 candle. That'll be something that if we start to displace lower, that we'll potentially look for in a target. But ultimately, I do want to see more upside today. We are bullish on the 4 hour. We are bullish on the 1 hour. We did have some high impact news at 8:30 Eastern in the form of PCE prices, and if I remember correctly, a couple other things. Yeah, so consumer spending and PCE price index. So that was high impact that hit this morning. It does look like data lows have already been taken out. Let's see about data highs and data highs. So no points of interest off of that necessarily to work off of. We have just been consolidating since London, And so I would certainly expect a manipulation move in one way, one direction or another this morning, and then hopefully some expansion in the opposite direction this afternoon or late morning. So that's gonna kind of be what I'm looking for. I really like those highs. I really like this setup right here. I would very much like for all this liquidity on the downside to get ran. I'm looking on ES right now to get ran, maybe even down to the midnight open, and this liquidity over here from last night before a big move back to the upside. So that's going to be kind of what I'm looking for today. Trump did announce 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico yesterday afternoon. As I'm sure you guys who were watching at all kind of close to the close of the bell saw. And the market did not care for that, but bought it up pretty nicely. I was kind of surprised. Of course, it was forecast, or it was, I guess, forecasted pretty well. I mean, we kind of knew that was coming. So time is it? We got 7 minutes here to the open. Now, Friday is traditionally my worst day, so I do tend to play it cautious. I know you guys probably get tired of hearing that because it's kind of all the time, but that's just kind of how I trade. And so I will be using a little bit of caution here today. But if price presents itself, then we'll look to do something. Just staying patient here. I find that the earlier I trade, it seems like my win rate goes down a little bit, and so kind of waiting for the market to show its hand and form some structure and kind of get a little bit stronger of a narrative really helps me frame trades better. I was reflecting on that yesterday. I've actually thought that for a long time. It's like, man, especially early on in my career, I was noticing, why am I trading better in the afternoon than I am in the morning? All the volatility's in the morning. Well, it's because I wasn't waiting for narrative to play out or to form even, and jumping in on the first sign of displacement essentially, and so my win rate would go down. And so I find that when when I kind of wait for the market to do its thing a little bit and build some narrative, that I can much more easily frame trades. And so I don't know, I thought I'd mention that as maybe if it's a potential help to anyone out there. NQ is quite a bit stronger than ES. It has already taken London highs, and so if we bump out to the daily, that's the weekly. If we bump out to the daily, how do I do that? Can I? No. Oh. I'll have to figure that out. If we bump out to the daily, I mean, it looks like it's just about to close that gap up there at 844, or that liquidity void. Again, ES not nearly as strong, so it kind of becomes, which one is correct. NQ is following my bullish thesis. Not to say ES is not, it's just much slower. So we'll see. I mean, up there, that 864 is probably a good, 865 is probably a good spot to target long term. But also, this could be manipulation up, so we just kind of have to pay attention here. Still about 7 minutes or so until we're cleared to trade. Let all the nonsense kind of work its way out. Kind of need a green day today to keep my to stay green every week this month, and so I'm gonna try not to think about that too much, but it doesn't make it less true. I'm just right about $30 this week, so small green trade would go a long way here. But we gotta have the narrative right first. ES getting held up pretty well by this 5-minute SIBI here. Does kind of have me thinking that maybe we get an SMT off the top with NQ between London and New York AM. If we don't break through it soon. Because we are 15 minutes into the open now. Not really displaying any eagerness to any one side yet. Just kind of chopping around in the middle. I'm not sure. Let me go ahead and look through again. We do have a slate of earnings this morning. Oh, Chicago PMI is right now, essentially. But I don't think the market's waiting around on that necessarily. Let's see if it does anything here. No, I don't think so. We've got a lot of earnings. I mean, AbbVie earning call going on now. Exxon going on now. Chevron in an hour and 15. So there's that. Now it is the last trading day of the year. I'm sorry, of the month. So every now and that can mean a few different things. It can mean that people are kind of coasting and sitting on their hands and probably done for the month, which means less volatility, which is the likely scenario I think here. So I think any follow through, we'll just have to kind of temper our expectations and maybe just shoot for base hits today, but we'll see what price gives us. I mean, we have been consolidating since London. Really, yeah, I mean, for sure since London. So what was it 2025 last night, I wonder. I don't know what that wick is from. But we'll keep an eye on it. So far, nothing going here. And you will see this in new week opening gaps and new day opening gaps. This tendency to just kind of chop around inside of it, like the market doesn't know what it wants to do. And so I think we're getting a little bit of that here. Ugh, that's ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. All right, want to wait for the market to kind of give us a direction here. Before we do anything. Okay, we do have a little bit of a move lower here on ES. Rejecting again that 5-minute gap. We have inversed a 1-minute gap up top. That's not quite enough for me though, given how high it is in premium, even in this small range. We are looking potentially for a CISD here. Didn't get it. Got bought up. So, yeah. Pardon for the sniffling, guys. I'm still under the weather pretty good. Which is like the longest I've been sick, and I can't even remember. It's been ridiculous, but it seems like the whole country's sick right now too. Some school districts just south of us they were closing schools, I think, this week, or no, today, for a long weekend to try to kick this flu that's going around. It's craziness. Alright, headed off higher, it looks like, on NQ and ES. ES still yet to break this 5-minute gap, though. I would imagine when that happens, NQ gets some wings pretty quickly. But boy, this is kind of ugly so far.
I just took a $300 loss on him on that trade. All right. Macro's beginning. So far in this macro, we've just made a push higher here, but you can see the volume difference. As soon as this macro kicks in, here's 950. Macro kicks in, you can see price actually start picking up volume. Fair value gap that for the moment has created this new high. Manipulation or continuation is the question. I was hoping to see a little bit more clear manipulation to the downside before looking for a long. Like, I don't know, it kind of bugs me that we got relative equal lows here, like lower resistance liquidity run at these lows here. ES, equal lows here. You guys know what I'm saying? That's like the only thing where that's why I'm not like actively framing a long right here. I'm a little thrown off by the lows. But as of right now, this move higher seems to be pretty undeniable. I mean, manipulate lower here at the open. We just formed a really nice bullish breaker with this unicorn with this fair value gap here that took the high. What do you guys think? Was this move up manipulation? Or is this a break of structure to keep pushing higher, you think? What are you guys feeling? Nice close on the 15-minute. 30. And we got the new hour coming here in 4 minutes. Hourly candle obviously looks like it's going to be a strong close. I guess for the moment I'm going to lean with order flow, I suppose. Unless this just reverses really fast. Exactly in the same place. On one hand, manipulation field, line bounce 4 hour, force bias. Also, last day of the month. Yes, it is last day of the month. That is true. So I don't think I'm gonna market execute this necessarily. I'm torn right now, honestly. We saw what happened yesterday. Three-minute gap here. 2 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. You could see how this could, if this stays down and we close below this high, that could be bad news bears. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if we can put in a swing low right here, I could take a long entry, expecting continuation on this next candle with my stop below this swing low. Hopefully it's not a Shrek candle up. That'd be a little disappointing. Yeah, depending on where this candle closes, like if it closes down here or like right here, could maybe stretch it out to include this fair value gap candle. New hourly candle coming. Sheesh. All right, well, I'm gonna wait for a pullback. That's the Shrek candle I didn't want. I just blew my account. What? The dichotomy of the YouTube live chat. You've got 3K plus 3K 5 times express for Miko. 45 free points for soft trades. Natsu says, just blew my account here. What? Queen Miami Longlegs says up 1K. Hell yeah, Queen, let's get it. Dow is selling heavy. Yeah. ES and NQ going higher. Dow taking a plunge. Well, yeah, shoot. Look at that. Then, of course, it's all breakaway from there. That's the only problem with being too patient. Fine line. You know? Pretty big green move for 25% tariffs across the board, basically. Yeah, I saw that he floated the idea of 100% tariff on China as well yesterday. I don't know if I'm biased, but yeah, I'm definitely keen on the idea of us being really bullish for the next 12 to 18 months across all markets, to be honest. There will, without a doubt, there will be a big correction, for sure. That's just how market cycles work across the board. So that's why, like me with crypto, actually having a plan this time around for profit taking, not getting stuck in the euphoria. And you could say the same with the stock market. It's just, you know, the stock market, for the average individual at least, we're all day traders, so we could be maybe at a little bit more of an advantage, or a little bit more of a, how would you call it, like a, we're used to doing this. We're used to getting in and out, right? But I would say for anybody that, you know, is long-term investing in the stock market, it's like, I'm a big believer in time in the market beats timing the market. You know, so sometimes you can hurt yourself by trying to guess the top and pull all your money out and then try to time it and get back in after a dip or whatever. So I don't know if there's really a one-size-fits-all answer for that. It's maybe more of a give and a take in terms of like, you can find a happy medium, like maybe allocate some profits to hard assets when things are feeling really euphoric, right? Whether that's real estate, whether that's land, right? You can transfer that money into something that's more of a hard asset and make it not liquid. Because cash, you could put it in cash too, I guess. But like, cash is a position. But the only way you're gonna hold cash is if you foresee a bear market incoming, right? But over the long haul, it's like, if you don't plan on getting out of the markets within 10 years plus, it's like, you know, you might not even try to bother with timing the market highs and lows, because it doesn't matter, right? Same with entries. It's like, you could put money into the market. You could put money into the market at all-time high, or around all-time highs currently, and in 10 years' time, you're still going to be right. More than likely. I think I'm still going to try that long here. We got ES. We'll be tapping into its imbalance at the moment, which it is right now. We have not taken out this buy side high yet at 919. Which would have been, even if I got in here or anywhere around here, minimum I'd have been holding here. Once this buy side level is taken out, it's kind of more of a move could be missed, in my opinion. See if it wants to get back down. This is the fair value gap that led to this new high. So I'm being a little stingy now because I've missed some of this move. Obviously, we've traded back down to equilibrium, so it might not give it to me. I'm trying not to let FOMO make my next decision, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be one of those Fridays for me, isn't it? Yeah. I think it's gonna be one of those days. So close, but yet so far. That's the only issue with trying to be precise. Although I did notice that the poll after this move higher started getting a lot of votes for bullish. I think you guys are a bunch of cappers. Bearish was winning the vote, and all of a sudden we start pushing higher. Everybody starts changing their vote to bullish. Or possibly voting for the first time. I don't know. They're just waiting to see what happened. What's up, Pluto? Can't go wrong with neutral. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, there's the high there. Son of a gun. I'm a little disappointed. Obviously, I was trying to I was going back and forth a little bit. I had a little bit of doubt. I wasn't super highly convicted with the way that this all shook out right here towards the top of the hour. You know, this 15-minute candle closure ended up obviously closing really strong in the final minute. But it tapped on the 1 minute. It was tapping this PD array prior to the close of this 15-minute candle. So I was waiting for this, and then as you can see, I mean, by the time the 15-minute candle closed here, where's the 15-minute closure? So the 15-minute candle finally closes here. I told you guys that if we formed a swing low here, I wanted to grab the entry, right? If we got a swing low here, I wanted to play this long. And I said, I hope I don't get a Shrek candle up on this candle here, and we did. Shrek candle is my version of a Drake candle, but going up. Delete this trade, by the way. I think this trade, this is target. This is first low-hanging fruit target, so I will not be entering along if it comes back to that fair value gap now. But it's just frustrating. Played out like that. Shrek candle higher. I'm like, okay, let me wait for a little pullback now. It forms this fair value gap, leaves a breakaway. Because of that, I'm being stingy with this entry here. You know, this could have been a little scalp too. So I will never say there was no opportunity here, because there was. It's just I was trying to tread the line between FOMO and precision. That's the truth. And yeah, the precision, the attempt for precision is what ultimately kept me out of anything here. But the opportunity for sure. Opportunity for sure. So, I don't know, yeah, a little disappointed in myself, but I don't get punished. I don't get punished for taking a trade that I don't feel great about necessarily. So I guess it could be worse. You know what? What's the saying going trading? You'll never hurt yourself by not forcing a trade, but you can definitely hurt yourself by forcing a trade. You know. Yeah, for any people that had a strong bullish bias for today, though, yeah, very, very clean here, especially too.
So, quick little update here. Bullish bias panned out as expected. I think we've called the right bias pretty much every live stream so far. Maybe I might have missed one, but I'm trying to remember. But it was just a little too bullish, so I didn't see an opportunity to jump in really at all. We didn't get any manipulation down. There wasn't really, I mean, I'm looking at this, even this 5-minute gap is pre-market, which I don't trade. So, you know, really not much of an opportunity. Look at that 15 minutes straight up, essentially. No, I don't think there's a 5-minute gap retap. Yeah. So just not my model, and that, I mean, that is my objective for today, met already. Or let me go to the 4-hour. Really is looking for that this gap tap right here, up there at the 9. What is that? Yeah, 919.25. And so we already did that. So not really interested in anything else long, or I just think it's going to be lower RR, lower probability. And so I don't know what I'm going to do. Unless we get a pretty big retracement, then, you know, maybe I'll play a range play or something, but it's kind of tough. Sometimes you miss them.
Statistic. feels like a door ding. Or yeah, hitting your toe on the bed frame, I guess maybe too. Did you take one trade? Yes, I took one trade, and then ultimately I wanted to get long after we sponsored a move higher from here, and ultimately just didn't get picked up for my long to this target. And obviously I didn't market execute either. So yeah, I've taken one trade actually executed today, which was short from here to relative equal lows and potentially new day opening gap. We reversed. It was quick. It was like a $300 loss. And then I got left behind here. Little scooter to the ankle. You talking like those little razor scooters? They swing around on the little handlebars. Oh, those things were brutal. I wiped out going downhill Mach 10 on one of those once when I was like 12. Honestly, I had the same issue. It just implies that you are not sure about your strategy edge. Otherwise, you would execute or not. Yeah, that's a saying that a lot of people say. I think a lot of people are just take everything you hear on social media with a grain of salt. And almost anybody that speaks, I don't want to, for lack of a better phrase, I'm going to call it a condescending tone. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but in the trading community at large, you'll see a lot of people speak about things trading related almost in like absolutes, or you know, kind of like when they're tooting their own horn about their performance or a winning trade, a green day. You know, there's a lot of ego stroking going on for sure, and almost always they have something that they're trying to prove to you. Like they're trying to prove to you that they're just really good at trading, so you buy their Discord course, mentorship, whatever. So I wouldn't put a lot of stock into that. They're only showing you what they want you to see at the end of the day. That's the only beautiful part about live streaming. Like there's no, and I'm live streaming during the session that you trade in most, which is AM session for most people if they're trading indices, right? So you'll see people that go live for PM session and they'll be like, oh yeah, don't really care what happens today. I already made $1 million in AM session. But the beautiful part about live streaming is it's just like, hey, win, lose, or draw. We're saying fuck it and we're doing it live. It is what it is. Which means, you get to see everything raw. Whether it's there's days where it's like you wake up and you're just maybe not feeling the hottest, or maybe you didn't sleep the best, or for whatever reason you're just like brain fog a little bit. And sometimes you just aren't seeing the charts clearly. I mean, it is what it is. And then the other side is true as well, right? You'll just go on a tear and you'll be kicking ass, and you'll have the chat going crazy. You'll be getting views. You'll get more people joining your live stream because they're starting to think that they can just signal bot you because you're on a winning streak, and then all of a sudden you lose 2 trades in a row, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh my god, this guy's not even fucking profitable. Oh my god, I blew my combine taking signals from this guy on stream. I just saw him go on a win streak for 2 weeks, but he just lost 2 trades in a row. I'm gonna ask him if he's profitable. If you have a 50K combine, can you go lower than minus 1,000 in a day? Wait, if you have a 50K combine, can you go lower than minus 1,000 in one day? If you are on Top Step X, you have access to your full margin. If you are on Tradeovate or a different trading platform for your combine, then the max loss, what, I don't even know what it is for. Yeah, I don't know if is it 1,000 for 50Ks on other. For 50Ks I've only ever used Top Step X. But yeah, there is a max loss limit if you're not using Top Step X. 1K. Yeah, I know it's 3K for the 150K accounts if you're using like Trade of 8.
So we're kind of hoping for a dig down into this 15-minute gap here, which it would be a pretty big lift at this point. Yeah, it's 50 points lower, but that would signify a pretty good retracement to me. Take out some wicks down there, and then the sharp displacement out of it to continue ahead on higher. But that's about the only long I'm looking to frame at the moment.
Anthony, how you been, man? Good to see you. Anthony, I'm a little sad today. I got a little left behind here on this move up. I literally was framing it real time, but just didn't pull the trigger. Like an absolute puss. And then now it's yeah, now we're in between macros, so it's just a waiting game for me at this point. Again, I don't know if the person that asked about macros is still in the chat or not, but it's just look at the difference in behavior. I know it's just one session, and you could say it's cherry picking because it just happened to be the case today, but this is definitely the case 90% of the days of the year, I would say. As soon as macro ends, sideways chop. Slow movement. Any thoughts on Lanto? I mean, I don't really know anything much about him other than I see his tweets. I think he's pretty young, right? Isn't he like 20 or 21? I don't know. It seems like he's, from what I see on Twitter, it seems like he's kicking ass and taking names via prop firms. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't know anything else about him, really. I think he's a Giants fan. I know that. A New York Giants fan. Poor guy. That's about it, though. Top Step does have a daily loss limit if you're not using Top Step X. If you're using Top Step X, there's no daily loss limit. You could blow that thing in one day if you want. But I wouldn't recommend that. I would still have some sort of personal loss limit that you set, whether mentally or physically on the software itself. Probably recommend using the software itself so you don't, disregard your mental stop loss that everybody says that they have, but they really don't. Tyler's a Puppet 6, just get better. Amen, dude. That's what we're trying to do here. That's why I read every one of your comments. It's that way we can all get better. That's how that works, right? Oh, does he have something to sell? I didn't even know. Not that that's a bad thing necessarily. I do think though that, like, the only issue that I have with that stuff, it's absolutely like if people legitimately are doing well, performing well, profitable, do I have an issue with them selling something? I mean, I guess not. I think the bigger issue is just the fact that most people that join any sort of group end up relying on the signals. They rely on the analysis of whoever they're following. And I just don't see how that is super beneficial. Like, and any sort of like beneficial thing that you could add to your technical analysis, I feel like you can learn for free on YouTube anyway. You know what I mean? Like maybe somebody that joins something, they just need like a little adjustment to their model that maybe they weren't really using before, and then maybe that helps them go from break even to slightly profitable, right? Like little things like that, but you don't need a signal service for that. I don't know, maybe some people do. Maybe some people don't need to pay for something before they take it serious. But yeah, I just think that it creates a dependency that is kind of taking away from you got to do the mental labor, the mental labor of watching price form, anticipating something to play out. When it plays out the way you're anticipating it to, you execute it and live with the result. But if you're only anticipating someone in a Discord chat saying, "Oh, well, I want to see draws here or here," well, you've already thrown your mental labor out the window. You're now saying, "Oh, okay, I see why he said that." You're always going to say that, by the way. Anybody can go point out a level on a chart and say, "I want to see price draw here." And then what are you going to do? You're going to say, I guess I see what he's seeing. Yeah, okay, I get it. So now you're not even trying to figure out anything for yourself. You're just focused on what that person says that they think the draw will be. And there will come a point in your future where you don't have that person saying, "Hey, draw here or here." So that's what I just think is the only issue with that. You could say the same thing with YouTube live streamers too. So I guess it goes both ways. But you just hope that people are smart enough to realize, like, there really is no shortcuts in trading. And whether you watch a streamer or a private community owner win or lose, it affects your personal results zero. The Tin Man does have a sheet metal cock. Yes, he does. I've seen it. T-Trades indicator? I don't think so. I've seen some people use like, what is it, 2 degrees? They have what's it called, stat map? I don't have it. I think what does it do? It just measures standard deviations, right? Or something along those lines. Or projects standard deviations based on ranges, I want to say. Would you take a short out of the bullish fair value gap IFEG? Would you take a short out of the bullish? Are you saying if we flip this and go and invert this? Yeah, I mean, I would say, I mean, right now we're bullish. Let's not get it twisted. We're bullish until proven otherwise, but yeah, I mean, if hypothetically, if in the next 20 minutes going into the top of the hour, we were to set something up along those lines, get a really fast, quick displacement down, disrespecting bullish PD arrays, forming bearish PD arrays, I think that could justify a short for sure. Especially being that it's Friday, possible TGIF. But as of right now, until that happens, I just think we could see price grind higher. Like on this 4 hour, I mean, it just screams. $22,111. We are about 170 points from that moment, or from that price right now. The question is, do you guys think we can get there today? Or do we leave that price level for next week? But yeah, either way, I'm trying to get to this next macro to set something up. Whether that is a short-term counter trend short, or also potentially getting on side with a continuation. If we do get a continuation, likely we'll be holding that trade much longer than a short. But we are only at 10:37 right now, so I'm just staying patient, waiting. And in 20 minutes, it might look totally different. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, look at this price action here. This is... We literally hit the end of the macro here. 10:05, 10:10, 10:15, 10:20, 10:25. This is literally Wick City. Bitcoin's pumping. Sheesh. Let's go. But yeah, let's do a little pulse check here quick, huh? Let me know how you guys have done so far today. Green, red, flat. Coffee's cold. Yeah, congrats to anybody that caught any longs. A little bummed out for myself. I think Chris nailed it on the head for me. I was suffering from analysis paralysis. I think he nailed it. Always wondered in the beginning of my trading career why Forex challenges were way more than futures, and it's still the sole fact that there is no trailing drawdown. Biggest killer for prop traders. Yeah, guys, that's true. I mean, let's not sugarcoat anything. It is nothing short of impressive. I mean, it really is a test of your discipline. You know, it's not. It ain't like you, just because you see all these social media people posting nothing but success all the time, seemingly. One, they're showing you what they want you to see, but two, I mean, yeah, it's tough to do. There's a reason these prop firms make as much money as they do. So, you know, it's not easy. Just the rules alone, right? It doesn't really, like, you make 3% on an account and then lose 3%. You're at break even. The account was never in drawdown, but you fail. That's tough. That's why I say you got to be realistic with your perspective and your outlook on yourself. A lot of people will look at, like, that example. Like, if somebody has let's say you have a funded account, you take that account up 3% in profit, and then that account goes back down to your balance, and then you lose the account. And then all of a sudden people want to label you're not a profitable trader. Oh, really? I made 3%, lost 3%. What do you, like, you see what I'm saying there? That's, people want to say if you haven't pulled out 100 grand from a prop firm, you're not a profitable trader. It seems like that's like where people are drawing their technically, if you spend more money, if you make more money in payouts in a period of time than you spent on combines and activations, by definition that's profitable if you're trading prop firms. If you're up 1% on your live account, that's profit. You're not getting rich. It's profit though. And then sustaining that over a long period of time is the key, right? 2 questions. Do you have a cold storage for your crypto? Yes, I do. How much of your net worth percentage-wise is in crypto? How much of my net worth? Let me check my balance. I'm gonna say, what percentage of my net worth? Well, you guys know what's in my portfolio, roughly. So if I tell you that, then I'm basically telling you how much money I have. Wouldn't you say? Like, who in the chat? Who in the chat? Also, what's your social? Like, I guarantee, like, who in the chat has been here when I've showed my crypto portfolio and knows roughly what the number is at? Type the number in the chat. I've showed it multiple times over the past couple of months. Yeah. I mean, it's fine. I don't mind the question, Anthony. I mean, money's pretty taboo topic. I find it like I don't get offended by the question. But let's just say, what's funny is in 2022, my crypto balance, which is now over $200,000, that same crypto, I really didn't even add any. That's the only issue. Is I should have been aggressively adding, and I wasn't. But that same balance was like $30,000. All right. So this is all for the moment unrealized until I cash it out, you know. But with it being where it's at right now, my portfolio being right around its all-time high value in crypto, without giving away too specific of an answer, net worth, we'll just say it's pretty close to about 50%, probably. Until World War III strikes, and then this thing goes to nothing. People have asked me if I'm a millionaire. I am not a millionaire yet. I am not a millionaire yet. We're working on it. All I need to do is just hit one big fat payout. all I need to do is match Dakota's record for the highest payout in Top Step history, and I'll be there. Or yeah, close. It'll help. You gonna sit here and yap instead of taking a trade? You finally caught on, Tyler's a Puppet 6. Look at you. You finally caught on. Wow. Look at you, you observant little troll, you. But yeah, it's probably a lot of exposure to crypto, but I'm young, so. Well, young enough. I probably wouldn't be as exposed to crypto if I was ancient. Unless I was just saying fuck it. Tyler's a puppy. You spelled your wrong. It's... Didn't you fucking go to elementary school? You know the difference between your and your? Technically, I've only been trading ICT concepts for like, what, 3 years? Give or take. Dakota didn't take payouts for 6 months. Took a payout from XFAs that was transferred to the live. He barely made on that live. He barely made on the live. I don't know why Top 7 think we are stupid. I'm not super familiar. I'll be honest. I see the Twitter drama. I'll be totally honest with you guys. I'm not like super keen. Here's what I see on Twitter. Here's what I see. What I see on Twitter is I'll see every once in a while, like Michael Patek respond to somebody that's just asking like a genuine question about the prop firm or giving a suggestion. And he's always very professional, and I feel like he does a good job, to be honest. addressing things and also owning the shortcomings. Like when customer support was really slow, if you guys remember that, he was honest about it. You know, he wasn't trying to like defend that their customer support was slow or anything. He was like, yeah, we're slow right now. It's not great. It's not the best. We understand. We're working on it, which I respect. But I also, you know, the other stuff I see is like Patrick Wieland, which he's like, if you took Tyler as a puppet 6 from the chat, and you made him a buzz cut ginger.
Order filled. Order filled.
States recently. That was Mao. Or the territories, the provinces, grab too much autonomy and go their own direction and generate their own militaries, and warlordism erupts, which is the story through the vast majority of Chinese history. Chinese like to talk about how they've got a continuous history reaching back millennia, but in terms of actually being united in more or less its current borders, with a government that is actually functional, actually they have less than 300 years of experience, and half of that was under Mongol occupation. So yes, the Han Chinese are an ancient ethnicity, but let's just say they've never managed to hold themselves together into a meaningful government or be a meaningful power until the Cold War, when the United States basically took all the foreign powers off the deck and allowed the Chinese to export themselves to wealth for the first time. Anywho, back and forth, over unification, over regionalization. That's the needle that the Chinese government is trying to thread. So after a series of reforms in the 1980s, the central government under Deng, I believe, basically realized that Mao was, and that was a fuck, and so they needed to unwind everything that he had done while still leaving his poster on the walls. Yeah, this video will totally get banned in China. Anyway, so what they did is they centralized revenue generation, so all tax authority rests at the national level, but they regionalized spending on the day-to-day things like, infrastructure, public works, income support, their equivalent of Social Security, all that good stuff. And in doing so, built a split system. The idea that Deng was after was try to avoid the over-centralization while also avoiding the over-regionalization. Unfortunately, they did this without rooting out the fraud that is endemic in the Chinese political and economic system. And so the local governments just basically started lying about everything, generating statistics that indicated faster economic growth than they were really having, generating statistics that they have more population than they were really having. And if you remember, the one-child policy started not too much longer, or actually about the same time that this split happened. And so we have had almost 50 years of a disconnect in reality between what China's population really is and how the funds get appropriated. So that's problem one, that we have a half century of bad data about how many people there really are in China. According to the official statistics, it's somewhere between 1.3 and 1.4 billion. They have recently revised that down to between 1.1 and 1.2 billion. Most independent estimates put it 100 to 200 million below that. And there are a lot of private ones that say it's 200 to 300 million below that, something in the realm of 700, 800 million. I don't really have a number that I swear by, but it's obviously bad. All right, so if you're a local government, you've been lying through your teeth for decades to get more money out of the central government. You're trying to justify getting more money, and so you have to come up with new ways to get it in order to do everything from building railroads to having more mistresses. And so what you do, since you can't tax, is you borrow. The two main revenues are you take loans from state banks, the same ones that are oversaturated with capital because the private citizens don't have anywhere to turn, or you sell land. And if you sell land, you get a nice little pop. Also, if you sell land to, say, a development company, and the development company puts up houses, or more likely high-rise condos, you get a pop from that. So I think you're starting to see the problem here. A level of government whose entire existence is based on a degree of fraud has now established a vested interest in encouraging real estate investment in order to generate more income for itself. You play that forward to the current day, and two things have happened. Number one, they've so encouraged this in places where no one ever had any intention of living, that you've got ghost cities, or ghost suburbs is probably a better way to phrase it, in every major Chinese city, with as a rule, as you move down the tiers, so not so much Shanghai and Beijing, or even Chongqing, but much smaller places that only have a population of a few 100,000 to a few million, have entire swaths of their skyline that are occupied by entirely empty residential high-rises. Second, the Chinese population bomb is now so advanced that no one will ever move into these places. And third, the development companies whose interests have kind of been in lockstep with the local governments for the last couple of decades, no longer have anyone to draw upon. There aren't enough young people coming up to provide the seed capital to generate a new wave of investments. And since most of this was built in a pyramid scheme style, we have a whole wave of recently started condos within the last 3 years that will never get finished because there's no longer enough people coming into the system to generate the capital to provide what's necessary for the base of the pyramid. So we're stalled, and we've seen home sales in China drop by somewhere between 70 and 80%, again using Chinese data, so take it for what it is, over the last 18 months. So that's phase 2. So book 1 here, we've got an economic system that is wildly built on, how should I put this, as yet unrealized losses as the population moves into collapse and people haven't yet quite realized that the investment that they've put every cent they have into is dead. And we're talking here 70% of private savings is involved in residential real estate. So, oof. And then second, we've got a level of government at the local level that's based on fraud, that has been encouraging that bubble, that no longer can encourage it and has no way of generating income because, you can only sell land once, and you can only sell it if there's somebody who wants to build anything. And the land has all been sold in the cities, and nobody wants to build anything anymore. So next, phase 3. Okay, phase 3. I'm guessing some of you might be able to see where this is going, but anyway, so we've got a housing bubble that is in the process of popping, and that popping is going to take out the 70% of private savings that is locked up in real estate. And we've got a local government system that provides all the services that everybody needs to survive that is utterly bankrupt, and we don't even have a really good feel for just how bankrupt. Best data available, which is wildly incomplete, suggests that the total debt for local governments is about 90% of GDP. So roughly the same for just local governments in China as the entire American federal debt in relative terms. Of that, about half is money that they have borrowed through something called a local financing vehicle, or local government financing vehicle if you want the full acronym, which is murky to say the least, and most folks have even stopped collecting data on it because the central government and the local governments have been trying to obfuscate it. So if you happen to be lending money to the Chinese local governments in that, yeah, you're never getting any of that back. Sorry. So what has happened now is we're entering into a fundamentally new structure internationally. For the last 25, 35 years, the Chinese have done well mobilizing their workforce, which was the world's largest, to sell product, processed low-end manufactured goods for the most part, to the wider world. Basically, they bring in the inputs, process them, add a little value, send them back out. Well, that's no longer an option. The steadily decreasing birth rate means that they no longer have a labor advantage. So labor costs in Mexico are now less than half what they are in China, and Mexican labor is over twice as qualified for whatever they're doing than the Chinese are on average. That's before you consider that, courtesy of the Ukraine war, we're likely to have some problems with shipping internationally in the not too distant future. And since the Chinese are completely dependent on freedom of the seas to get their raw materials in and their product out, that's a problem. And then third, the entire world, and especially the United States, has turned sharply protectionist versus the Chinese specifically, to the point that under the Biden administration, we saw a massive ramp up in tariffs on top of what Trump did in his first term, with electric vehicles and green tech being the more recent things added to that list. And with Donald Trump coming in, who says that the word tariff is the most beautiful word in the English language and is threatening a 60% tariff on day one, some version of a tightening of restrictions on Chinese exports is sure to happen. And since there's really no one left in China under age 40, there's not a lot of consumption left in the system. So all of this is happening at once. But the real cherry on this cake is that the new news is that so many development companies are going bankrupt that they're trying to pay off their outstanding debts with finished and partially finished apartments that no one's ever lived in. And a lot of these end up eventually in the hands of local governments, who have started to accept them as a sort of secondary currency, and they're starting to use them to pay off debts. So you've got you've got this completely bloated market where most of the products are probably only worth 10 cents of the dollar. They end up in the hands of a local government who can no longer raise capital by borrowing or ooh, this is nice. Can no longer raise, I've got a nice little spring here. Can no longer raise capital by borrowing, that jig is up. They can no longer raise capital by selling land, there isn't any left. And now that the demographic situation is so obvious, they are having a harder time lying to the central government about what their populations are. So we're seeing a freezing, slowing, declining ability of the local governments to provide basic services, which only encourages more people to move out, which only puts downwards pressure on the property markets, which only pushes down the cost of all this stuff in the first place. So we are at like step 2 of a really nasty, vicious cycle with every bit of bad reinforcing the next. And under normal circumstances, which probably never applied to China, you could look to the national government to come in with a bailout, take some of these apartments off the market, level some buildings. But because of the deliberately complex nature of ownership, anything that you take out, especially in a building that at least has a few occupants, is going to completely destroy the life savings of a not small number of people. So there's no really clean way out of this. Bottom line is that the local governments have gone from something that serves the needs of the Chinese nation and the Chinese state to something that's just simply dead weight. And now we're looking at private savings and local governments basically breaking more or less at the same time that we have a national economic catastrophe because of the degrading trade situation. So, lots of fun will be had in the months and years to come. I've been saying that by roughly 2034 that this is all going to be over, that there won't be a China. But this situation has gotten so out of hand and so big that it's entirely reasonable for me to bring that time frame forward. I'm not going to do that because I don't have good data to work with. The situation at the federal level in China is now not deliberately suppressing data that's been collected, but suppressing the people who would have collected the data, so it's never collected in the first place. So this is becoming ever more of a black box, and little glimpses that we get like this with this secondary market for apartments as a mode of local governments paying off their debts.
Hi, welcome back to Joe Blogs. In today's episode, I want to talk to you about what's happening in the Russian economy because we've now got the latest data for December 24. Now, if you've been following the channel, you'll be aware that Russia has severely limited the amount of data that it's prepared to share with the West.
All right, a little bit torn here. We have hit our objective to the upside. If we go back to the 4 hour here on NQ, we've filled the gap, and then we've hit this 4 hour gap as well. That's about all I expected out of it today. So we did fulfill our objective to the upside. However, I'm still bullish. I'm really looking at this as a retracement. And I think I'm hoping the selling is becoming overdone, and I'm going to start looking for something back to the upside. We do have this 1 hour gap underneath us, another 25 points or so on NQ. Would love to see it hit that. And if we pop over to ES, let's take a look. Yeah, quite a bit longer for ES, but it doesn't even have that 1 hour gap. So, I think there's probably some opportunity for the upside here now that we've got a nice little retracement, some breathing room off the highs for the day. So I will be looking. I don't know how much confirmation I'm going to need to see it. This isn't like a enormous retracement that's just breaking structure left and right. It has broken structure on the 5 minute, but that can be in line with a raid as well. So I think if I see a good impulsive move back to the upside that starts violating some PD arrays even on the lower time frames, I think I'm going to be interested in seeking longs, potentially back to high a day. We do have a macro coming up here in 4 minutes, so I think that's setting good for longs potentially. So we'll see what it gives us. Okay, that macro is coming up here. As you can see, we're getting some volatility injected. So let's kind of see where it takes us. I need to see upon further analysis. I need to see this 5-minute reinversed back up to the upside if I'm going to have any confidence at all in seeking higher prices. So that's probably what we're looking at the moment. If indeed our bias is bullish still, which it doesn't have to be. I think, for me, the daily objective was achieved. It was just such a strong move that I do think there's probably more buyers in the market. So look for one last little shakedown here, and then hopefully we can see it seek higher. But I could completely reject and continue to melt here as well. You just kind of got to take what the chart gives you. ES is a good bit weaker here, showing more eagerness to take out this relative low. So I think that'd be great if it would just dip below it, give us an SMT. That would just give us a little bit more conviction back to the upside. So let's see if we get what we ask for here. We're just 1 minute into the macro, so a lot of time left for this to play out. Okay, there's a run of the lows from ES. I don't know. It looks like it's wanting to go lower, though. Yeah. May have to wait till lunch macro. There may be more selling. Or I guess this is a lunch macro, but wait, I have to wait till the 1250 macro. Or is that the lunch macro? Actually, I don't know. Somebody tell me. Okay, I like this move here. I like it a lot. Nice SMT off the bottom, although ES not really moving off the lows, so that's an issue for sure. There we go. Need to just kind of see it slice right through this gap on the 1 and the 5. So the red delineated 1 minute gap, and then the blue is the overarching 5-minute inversion that we would need to re-inverse back up to the upside. A lot of low resistance liquidity back to the upside as well. So, and if you'll notice, we came back down, retap this new week opening gap that we've inversed. Or, I'm sorry, is that a new week opening gap? I think it is. What is it? It's huge. Yeah, new week opening gap. I didn't realize we'd inversed it so well. I guess maybe I look on the higher time frame. Anyway, so we just need to, we've retapped this. I would love to see an inversion back up to the, back up higher. So that's what we'll be looking for. Really just want to see it run right through without much hesitation. That'll give me more conviction for higher prices. Pretty good volume coming in. but we'll see. This is a little too anemic so far, but we got a good shakedown, and then the volume picked up after the shakedown, so I like that for manipulation. About 5 minutes into the macro here. And keep in mind, I could have this draw completely wrong. We could, as mentioned, we could continue to head lower and maybe just sell off the rest of the day even. Dang. I don't think we're getting it, boys. Really like the narrative we had set up, for sure. I mean, got a good retracement. Enter the macro, SMT off the bottom. Bullish sentiment overall. I mean, when we go to the hourly, look, it doesn't... We do have an hourly close. Now that is something. We do have an hourly close here in 4 minutes. So, it could be looking for a wick down into some IRL before heading higher again. I don't know. Of course, you have all the volume people playing volume profile up here in this area from these highs, so that's going to be tough to sort of break through. So I don't know. Kind of a slow grind back to the upside here. If that is indeed what it is. I mean, so I didn't say this on stream, but what I did think earlier was, okay, if we inverse this 5 minute gap, I will start to entertain the idea of shorts. And we inversed it. The problem is a couple things. One, it's sitting right there at a psych level 900 area. Problem two is it's sitting right there at a new week opening gap retest. Those two things had me less convinced that it was going to be an indication of bearish prices and maybe just some tomfoolery for a retracement, trap folks short to run it back high. Now we are up 1.4 on the day, almost a point and a half. We were over a point and a half at places. So, how much momentum and oomph do we have on a Friday, last trading day of the month? Tariff news, there's some things, earnings week. So there's definitely some things working against us, I think, for momentum, but at the end of the day, I've done a lot better trading the trend than I have counter trend. And so that's just kind of what I'm trying to do. Now, if we inverse this 15 minute, I will be looking for lower prices at that point. I think that's probably a pretty good sign of bearish momentum. About 10 minutes into the macro here, 9 minutes. This macro has been a big nothing burger. So, may just have to wait for the 1250 macro. I don't know. I can see a little head and shoulders action for those retail folks on the 1 minute on ES. Not so much on NQ, but look at that. See it? Boop, 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 boop. We'd call it a box setup or, you know, manipulation. So this would be our period of consolidation after the manipulation and for essentially what would end up being a second distribution higher, I guess. No, I guess that wouldn't be second distribution because this was the manipulation. Well, would it be? I don't know. Anyway, still got to see an inversion of this 5 minute gap before we do anything, and we gotta inverse it, re-inverse it convincingly. Can't just kind of meander right up there and peter out, and then meander a little bit higher, and just so happen to inverse it. It's got to be a convincing slice through it, showing clear desire for higher prices, or manipulation, in which case, you know, we get stopped out, which is just part of the game. Man, this is ugly. But I've said it before, this is kind of what the market likes to do, is sort of lull you to sleep almost. And then all at once it kind of takes off and does its thing and kind of makes you either not trust it or not pay attention, maybe. SMT off the bottom still holding. NQ stronger. Well, now we're getting an SMT off the top too, though, so got to be careful with this with the SMT flips. Got to be careful. I will trade NQ since it has been the stronger asset today. Man, what a rejection! This is crazy. This 5 minute inversion is really holding it down, but that makes me think too that. Because normally what you would see, to me, if we were really wanting lower prices, normally what you would see is an inversion of this 5 minute gap that I have marked out. Maybe a retest, maybe up to the CE, but then a pretty quick run down to the next lows. The fact that we're holding up as long as we have and retesting and retesting and retesting makes me think that there are buyers willing to step in to at least support these higher prices, if not send it higher than this. So we'll see. Pretty firm rejection here on NQ. Looks like it is seeking for lower, potentially. SMT not holding, not looking like it's going to hold any longer. So kind of have to start figuring out where's it headed. I cannot be the only one that was expecting more upside. There's ES tapping the new week opening gap as well. I think at this point, a 1 minute inversion back to the upside is probably a little aggressive. The sell-off has become convincing enough now to me that I'm probably looking for something a little more convincing back to the upside, meaning very likely a 5 minute inversion, which we don't really have on NQ yet. Let's see if we have anything on ES. Nope. Nothing on ES either. What you probably want to see now is a SMT below or between the NQ and ES on that 15-minute gap. And then a run back higher. But keep in mind too, I mean, it's a Friday. This could be it. We could just completely chop around in the range for the rest of the day. Whoa, what was that? What was that? What time is it? 11:08? What? It's not an enormous candle, but for the ATR, it was probably a little bit out of the norm. It just completely ran down, grabbed that 15-minute, and then popped back up. This sets up for a nice breaker on the 5. Pretty aggressive entry would be this premium gap on the 1. Very aggressive. And the macro is over. It's over. So that was weird. Super weird. It's a bunch of liquidity though. I mean, it essentially stopped everybody out that was long, I would imagine. Yeah, I don't have a good feel for what this wants to do, so. I'm starting to get rid of some of these gaps on my other chart. Let's see. Did we hit an hourly on both of them? We did. Or on that on yes. What about yes? Oh, we tapped a discount gap. All right. I like this now. I like this for upside. Definitely some volatility, boys. Definitely some volatility. Which is good. That's where we make money. But just want to make sure you're playing on the right side of it is all.
Order filled.
Went ahead and took one long, well, a micro long at the 1 minute inverse. I said I was going to need a 5 minute to kind of be convinced. That's why I'm only in one micro. My stop's at 886.75. So far the continuation isn't looking great, I will say. But if you are thinking more upside like I am, then it's an aggressive entry, but an entry nonetheless. I will add a few on the 5 minute reinversion likely. Keep in mind, we have not broke structure on the 5 yet. So this could just be Chop City. I may just be getting trapped. Would like to see a little more eagerness and conviction to the upside. I don't do well in slow grinds. I don't like them. They make me question my analysis. So this isn't looking great. Nope, doesn't look like it's ready yet. Problem too is my stop is not in a place. It's in a place where that I'm comfortable with P&L wise, but it's not in a place that I'm comfortable with invalidating the trade, which is never a good thing. It's not really what you want. Getting bought back up here. Yeah, I don't know, boys. This is pretty ugly. Pretty ugly. I'm getting some lagginess on the old top step X. Not digging that. Not digging that at all. Alright, NQ, head up. Go. This 5-minute inversion really holding us up here. Yes, too. I gotta think if it heads back down, it probably takes me out also. So. Yeah. This is ugly. Ugly. It's Friday. End of the month. We got caught in the quagmire. Another attempt higher. I mean, at some point it's got to break, right? ES. Oh, ES slicing through it. ES is slicing through it. What does that mean for NQ? What does it mean? Hopefully it means higher. NQ having a little bit of a harder time breaking through. There we go. Go, 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 go. Seriously? Minute and a half left in the 5-minute candle. One minute left, 5-minute candle. Big question right now too is high a day already put in? You know, that'll be something that we'll need to answer to kind of figure out our RR, because right now I'm sitting at a 3-to-1 if I push for high a day. It looks a lot more feasible on ES at the moment than on NQ. Okay, 15 seconds or so to close a 5-minute. Would really like to see the 5-minute re-inverse this inversion gap. Pretty big dip though. Gotta watch out for that 50 retrace too. I didn't think about that. Well, we're above that. All right, I'm 1-to-1 now. I may, let's see. Still have 24 minutes to 12:50 macro, which is usually pretty good macro, pretty good movement. I'm keeping my loss where my stop loss where it is for now. Okay, I think I'm gonna bring it up to just under break even. So actually probably about 6 points under break even. I think we're probably hitting a 5-minute gap on NQ, pretty close. It's a tiny one though, but it's there nonetheless. All right, I think NQ actually looking a little stronger now. All right, I went ahead. So okay, so I'm not gonna add, as you probably can tell already. I'm not gonna add to this. I've got a really good RR that I'm happy with. I'm basically at break even, or I'm $12 underneath break even. And I just set my limit order for basically high day, which would give me be a 60 point, 59 point trade. So basically a 3-to-1. Which is kind of where I like it. It's a good happy medium for me. Not even happy medium. I mean, that's a good full pull, but it aligns with my overall bias back to the upside. And so I think it's warranted in this case. We do have the lunch macro coming, or the 12:50 macro coming up here in 20 minutes, so that could either put a damper on things or send us right on through. But I do like the retap, the new week opening gap. I think that's bullish. And we didn't just retap it, we expanded away from it. And so, I think all that lines up for a pretty high probability trade. I mean, it already is. We're up 30 points at this so far. So nice 30-pointer so far. Some 12:30 volatility. Uh-oh. Trump is, that was 22 minutes ago. Okay, so Trump expected to announce a process for countries to seek exemptions for certain imports. Trump reviewing details of tariff plans, which may allow some exemptions, but they will be few and far between. Trump expected to issue tariffs against Canada and Mexico that will begin on March 1st. And that was 22 minutes ago. Which kind of coincides with the bottom. Guess people like the idea of some exemptions or maybe a delay, and maybe there's room for negotiation still. So that does explain the bullish sentiment, which makes me a little bit more confident in high day, but still anything can happen. We are sitting, let's see. Well, we've passed OTE now, so that makes you feel a little better too if you're bullish. pretty good retrace here. Good buy up off that 5-minute retap. Oh, it's a 5-minute retest. Test of a 5-minute busy as well. So hopefully that holds us up. Where's the bottom of that busy? It is at 913. My stop is 14 points under that. So I feel pretty good. I feel okay about that. I mean, if it comes back and stops me out, then it's just not great conditions. Had the wrong bias, or both, I guess. But overall, I mean, we ran 33 points in the green, so you got to be happy with that. We'll say it is looking like ES is maybe a little bit stronger here. Also. So I don't love that. What if we get an SMT off the top? Yeah. That 1 hour gap holding us up. Still on NQ or on ES. Really need an expansion away from this 5-minute. Might just be playing in garbage time here, folks. "13 minutes to macro." I am interested in adding one at this inversion. If and when we get it on the 1 minute. I'm sorry guys, I know you can't see my chart. That's confusing. You can't see what I'm looking at. So I'm talking about the 1 minute on the on NQ. It is starting to hold this up a little bit though, so it's not crazy encouraging. Yeah, it's holding up a fair bit better than NQ here. Hmm. May come down and get stopped out here, others. Let's see. Definitely want to see an aggressive push higher now, though. After that little rundown, let me go over and show you what I mean. Little rundown, swept the lows, tap the CE of the inversion, the re-inversion. Definitely want to see it displace out of this now. Inverse this 1 minute and continue back to highs. My stop is down here at 899.50. So a little bit under my entry. Only about 12 bucks or so. No, not terribly worried about it. But what people don't talk about is, okay, yeah, your stop's not huge. But what about the money you gave up, you know? Because we were up 33, so we were up $66 or so on the upside. So that's an $88 swing. No, $78 swing. And so that kind of stinks more. But again, even that's not a big number, so it's not the end of the world. But I am trying to end the week green because that would give me a green month. Or that would give me be green every week this month. And it all comes down to this. I do like this getting hung up here. I mean, hopefully it doesn't displace down, but like the stutter step. Come on now. All right, ES tapped its 5 minute gap. Oh man, ES holding up a lot better than NQ is. Yeah, NQ getting kind of bearish on us. That sucks. Come on now. We broke structure on the 1 minute, so pretty convincingly. Which, if you've traded ICT for any amount of time, you know that doesn't mean a lot. Problem is that the difference in NQ and ES seems pretty big. So that does have me a little bit concerned about an SMT potential off the top. If we do get a move back up. And having a position in NQ at the moment leaves me stuck in the weaker asset in longs, which isn't my favorite idea. So, a couple things we can do. We can hold to high day and just let what happen. maybe SMT takes out its highs and then reverses and NQ never gets there. Or we can market close as ES takes its high day. Those are kind of the options. NQ continuing its trip back down, it looks like. Maybe not. I have a macro in 6 that I'm really waiting on here. But that macro could send it, straight down to my stop also. Don't like that 5-minute close on NQ. Close right at the bottom of that 5-minute gap. So that's not great. Yeah, nothing about this looks bullish on the 1 minute. Other than just slow grind down, I guess. Just OB tap after OB tap and then retrace back down. Just worried what this macro is going to do. So close to my stop. Tempted to lower my stop, but that is usually not a good recipe at all. Where are we at, ES? ES just still holding the premium of that gap. No big deal. Where are we at on the 15? Let's see if there's a gap lower. No, it tapped on the 15. NQ does not have one. It already tapped its discount 1 hour. Dang, I think this is going to be it. Might be all she wrote. I will likely be done for the day. After this, it'll be 2 trades for me. Took a break even earlier. I don't know if I mentioned on stream or not. $47, $48, 2 minutes to macro. Not really any good gaps to work off of. Back to the upside. So I'm quite a bit higher. Up at 926 and a half. So all right, need a big pushback here. Big pushback up. There we are. Keep going. Still have our limit sitting up there at 65.75. One minute to macro. All right, need some acceleration. We are 5 seconds from the macro. Which usually the volatility kind of gets injected a minute or two prior, even starting prior. And so I don't put a lot of stock in the 1150 or 1250 or any of that. Usually give it a few minutes on either side. Driving higher here. I am going to add one on the inversion if it inverses this 1 minute gap. Let me show you where I'm referring to here. Right there. If we get an inversion, I'm going to try to grab one more long and immediately go break even as to wherever that average buy is at. Which it could be a mistake, but don't like that. Don't like that rejection. That little run up to this high and then drop. I need this bought up. That's not bad. A little more. Come on. Continued eagerness. Let's go. Gotta keep an eye on ES here too. No way. Dipped it right under. Yeah, I mean, I'm not interested in losing money now. I'm going to go ahead and go break even. I'm at 904.50 on my stop, which is a couple points under break even technically, but I'm up like $6 on the day. So that's fine. And my stop is underneath at the low of this 1247 candle on the one. So right there. Not loving this hang up here at the 1 minute, really. I mean, you can't expect it to fly straight to your target in the macro. That's not how it works. So kind of keep that in mind, I guess. I'm still going to add one on the inversion. It's not wanting to give it to us. Wow. Goodbye up. Come on, buy it up. This is a long trade. Long trade for me. Well, looking like it wants lower, boys. That's unfortunate. Unless that was one last little shakeout prior to running higher. Quite a bit of volatility, though. I mean, it's really getting injected. Good buy it. Come on. I would imagine one side faces exhaustion at some point. Either the sellers or the buyers. I'm comfortable though this time with where my stop is. If I'm tagged out, then I was wrong. Whereas last time it was a little bit above that point, and so wasn't a great indication. I didn't think it was more based on P&L. Definitely had higher hopes for this macro, for sure. Alright, ES is taking that low, actually, guys. So really our only savior here is an SMT. Which isn't looking like it's gonna happen. Man, this is brutal price action, guys. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just have the bias wrong at this point. But I have not seen what anybody else is kind of thinking either. Cannot forget about that limit order up there. If and when we get stopped out. Come on, SMT. Need a big hold here. Big hold here. Watch it come down to stop me out and then run higher at this 12 o'clock candle. 1 o'clock candle, I mean. Oh, does that mean? Let's see. Is the 4 hour closing? No, 4 hours got another hour. Math, dude, math. Come on. There's the 1 hour candle close, though. Would not be at all surprised for it to run down there and stop me out. Dang. Yup. We'll say NQ holding up a little bit, but not confident. And I talked about it a little bit. I mean, how much ammo do we have with it being a Friday? So this trade probably in hindsight should have been a base hit. Should have just taken a base hit. But it did align with the overall bias, my bias. Entry presented. And hey, if you get stopped out, break even at the end of the day, is that the worst? If that's the worst thing that happens to you, then you got it pretty good. So that's kind of where I'm at. Still hanging tough. Still hanging tough. Do want to see something at this. I want to see if it comes back and taps this 950 level and then runs higher. That is something I've talked about before, but I haven't been noticing too. That it seems to come right. It seems to retrace down to the first fair value gap inversion. I mean, it seemingly just to stop people out. and then it'll turn right back around. So I'm interested to see, because that was where I got long ish. No, I got long a little higher, didn't I? Oh, okay. So that, yeah, there's the candles. I do see the candle I got long on. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not. Pretty good push off of low for NQ if it holds, but again, just not confident in the bias overall at this point. Kind of looks like we're in the consolidation zone. And also, I'm not going to add any longer on this 1 minute inversion. I'm not confident that we're not just ranging, and I'm not going to put extra risk on just to get stopped out, break even higher. So let me drink some water. Go, Johnny, go, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go, go. Or did you just 50 fib tap? Little retracement tap. That's what it looks like to me. Do, 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 do. Yep, hovering right around at 50 fib. Can it march on? Time marches on. The market marches on. All right, NQ, come on. NQ marches on. Wait a tick. Wait a tick. What are they doing here? Do those retail trend line Nazis have a trend line going? I think they do. They do. Would you look at that? Look at that trend. Look at the trend. Would you look at it? The trend liners have taken over. You watch. Let's watch what happens when we get to that to the CE of that 1 minute gap. But they slam it right back down. I bet they slam it right back down. Somebody call Tori. Ask her if that's right. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Yup. Pretty big rejection there. I do think we technically have another macro coming in 10 minutes. Dang it, man. That's going to stop us out. Well, I thought we had a chance there on that last little gasp, but alas, was not meant to be. What an ugly chart. I do wonder what'll be the catalyst to drive us higher. Do have a press conference, it looks like, going on right now. That's a problem too. This environment is like anything can happen at any moment. It's just completely out of your control, which is like a no duh for the market. But if you're an ICT trader, you do feel like you have some semblance of control. If you're correctly building narrative. Oh, you guys just missed a pretty epic sneeze. Glad I could spare you from that. What a buzzkill. Definitely going to need a catalyst to move back to the upside. I kind of think a high a days looking like it's probably put in for the indices. I could be wrong. I mean, there's still 2 hours and 50 minutes, so a lot of time left and not a lot of points. I mean, it's only 50 points, but I need something to push us back up. And I'm not really seeing what that is at the moment. Maybe this 120 macro does it. Not before stopping me out, though. I'll tell you that for free. I have no doubt I'm getting stopped out on this one. No doubt. Man, that's ugly. That 1 minute is ugly. Look at it. Yeesh. Final move down here, you watch. Before heading off higher, probably. But I just don't know what I'd do different. I mean, I could move my stop down to 893. That's 15 points. That's $30. But I don't know. I just don't know what good it'd do. Especially if the bias is wrong, you know, it's like, it doesn't matter anyway. And the problem is we could get manipulation to my stop and then a run higher. That is well within the realm of possibility. And that would suck. We are picking up a little bit here, like volatility wise. Which makes me think we probably run my stop. And just continue or move on back up to the upside, which that would be a huge bummer. Now ES looking a little bit stronger on the one. Network device.
Order filled.
And it is false. I was just with the president in the Oval Office, and I can confirm that tomorrow, the February 1st deadline that President Trump put into place at a statement several weeks ago continues. The president will be implementing tomorrow a 25% tariffs on Mexico, 25% tariffs on Canada, and a 10% tariff on China for the illegal fentanyl that they have sourced and allowed to distribute into our country, which has killed tens of millions of Americans. These are promises made and promises kept by the president.
The president yesterday said that last night he was planning to discuss whether an exemption would be made on oil imports. Do you have any information on what decision he made there, or will there be exemptions at all offered under this?
I don't have an update or readout for you on the exemptions, but those tariffs will be for public consumption in about 24 hours tomorrow, so you can read them then. Stephen Nelson.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I have 3 questions, if that's all right. I'd like to ask you about press freedom and then about 2 economic matters.
Sure.
On press freedom, on Tuesday you announced plans to roll back the more restrictive press badge policy of the Biden White House. But there's a different anti-press freedom policy I wanted to ask about. The Biden White House adopted a mysterious pre-screening process for journalists allowed into large event spaces that in the pre-pandemic days of the first Trump term were open to all journalists on campus. This effectively limited the diversity of reporters present and blocked the asking of questions that large segments of the American public wanted answered. As press secretary, can you commit to abolishing this mysterious pre-screening process?
There were a lot of mysterious processes that my team and I have had to unravel over the past 2 weeks that were implemented by the previous White House and in particular the previous press shop here. And so I can commit to a greater access and transparency, which I believe we already have by ensuring that the 440 journalists whose credentials were revoked will be reinstalled. They will get their credentials if they wish to. We've also, of course, opened up a new seat to new media. And as far as open press events here at the White House, if we tell you it's open press, it's open press.
So just to confirm, this pre-screening thing is something you're aware of and you'll work to undo to the maximum extent possible.
When we say something is open press, it will mean it's open press.
There's 2 economic matters, and I can just ask them both at once for
Sure.
you. In New York City, Governor Hochul's congestion pricing went into effect this month. Vehicles that drive through parts of Manhattan have to pay a $9 toll. President Trump has made clear his opposition. He said that it's, quote, the most progressive tax known to womankind. Will the administration be trying to block
Order
this?
filled.
And the second question is, millions and maybe tens of millions of Americans who voted for President Trump were excited about his plans to do away with taxes on tips, overtime, and Social Security benefits. But there's uncertainty about the timing of this. So can you clarify for them when this is going to happen? And does President Trump want this to be in the first, all 3 of those in the first batch of legislation early this year?
Well, to answer your question in one swoop, I will say that President Trump is committed to lowering taxes for Americans, cutting taxes for Americans. As for congestion pricing in New York, I do know that the president spoke with Governor Hochul about that. I don't have any, actions, so to speak, to read out for you on that issue today. Number 2, when it comes to no taxes on tips and Social Security, the president has made it very clear to our allies on Capitol Hill that is a critical piece of this reconciliation package, and he expects that his tax cuts from 2017, which put a lot more money back into the American people's pockets, those must be implemented, and no tax on tips. The president is intent on delivering on that promise, and he will get it done.
And overtime also as part of reconciliation?
Yes. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. Can you guarantee that those tariffs won't increase prices for Americans, including at the gas pump and the grocery store?
I think Americans who are concerned about increased prices
Order
should look at
filled.
what President Trump did in his first term. He effectively implemented tariffs, and the average inflation rate during the first Trump administration was 1.9%. In fact, when President Trump left office, it was 1.4%. So President Trump is going to do everything he possibly can to cut the inflation crisis that the previous administration imposed on the American people, and he will continue to effectively utilize
If
tariffs.
those tariffs do increase prices for Americans, will the administration reverse them?
That's a hypothetical question, and the president is intent on ensuring that he effectively implements tariffs while cutting inflation and costs for the American people. And, you know, the media has this way of just looking at everything in a microscope rather than looking at the whole of government economic approach that this president is taking. He will effectively implement tariffs. He's also, as I just answered Prince Stephen's question, committed to tax cuts. He's also clearly committed, as evidenced by his executive orders, to unleashing the might of our energy industry, which we know will eventually drive down inflation. And all the other economic measures that this president has made will have a Trump incoming economic boom, just like we saw in our first term.
And has the White House
Sure.
found any?
Fox Business, yes, go
thanks.
ahead.
Keep that, Caroline.
You're welcome.
The Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, said today that if the U.S. imposes tariffs, he will respond and he will not relent until the tariffs are removed. Are we seeing the start of a trade war with Canada?
I don't think so. I think the president is going to implement those tariffs tomorrow, and he will respond to Mr. Trudeau's comments in due time, I am sure.
What
Sure.
type of things have to happen? What does the administration need to see in order to avoid those tariffs?
Well, the tariffs are incoming tomorrow on Canada. And the reason for that is because both Canada and Mexico have allowed an unprecedented invasion of illegal fentanyl that is killing American citizens and also illegal immigrants into our country. In fact, I have more language for you right here. Canada, Mexico, and China, which, as I mentioned, President Trump will implement a 10% tariff on China, have all enabled illegal drugs to pour into America. The amount of fentanyl that has been seized at the southern border in the last 2 years alone has the potential to kill tens of millions of Americans. And so the president is intent on doing this, and I think Justin Trudeau would be wise to talk to President Trump directly before pushing outlandish comments like that to the media.
If I may, one more.
Yes, Lindsay.
Go back to the plane crash for one. Let me go back to the plane crash for just 1 second.
You're interrupting your colleague, but sure.
I'm sorry, I thought you called on me. Just
I called on
President.
Lindsay.
The president this morning said the Black Hawk helicopter was flying too high. I'm wondering if he's basing that on what he learned from investigators, and if you could offer a little bit more of a window into how he is keeping abreast of this investigation.
Sure.
Is the NTSB briefing him separately? Is he meeting in the Situation Room? You just sort of offer a window into that.
Yeah, the president based that statement on truth because it is truth and it's fact, and it was relayed to him by the authorities who are overseeing the investigation into this horrific plane collision. And the president, as I said in my opening remarks, continues to be briefed on the collision by everybody across his cabinet, the Secretary of Transportation, the Secretary of Defense, the NTSB, who the commissioner there was in the Oval Office with him yesterday. Lindsay. Lindsay, go ahead. Lindsay, go ahead. Thank you.
In recent days, the CIA actually revealed that they do also believe that COVID-19 was from a lab leak in Wuhan, China. How is the president planning on responding to this additional intel from the CIA, and will it impact how he responds to them with tariffs?
Yeah, kudos to John Ratcliffe for revealing that truth and that fact to the American people. Many years too late, the Biden administration had a chance to let the American people know the truth about that, and for some reason, they chose not to. I also would just like to point out that several years ago, when I was working in this press shop and President Trump would take to this podium to brief the American people on COVID-19, he suggested that COVID very well may have came from a lab in Wuhan, China. And many members in this very room mocked him for that, said he was spewing conspiracy theories. He was not. We now know that to be the confirmable truth. It took many years for it to come out, but the president was right in this instance again. Sure.
Caroline, thank you. I wanted to ask about Secretary Rubio's trip to Panama first.
Sure.
What did the conversations look like with President Trump on that? The president of Panama says it is, quote, impossible to negotiate over the canal. So what are you expecting from this visit?
So I have not been present for Secretary Rubio's conversations with President Trump about the Panama Canal. I have been present for President Trump's own thoughts on the Panama Canal, and you've all seen them as well in his public statements that he has shown. He believes it's unacceptable that the canal is essentially run by the Chinese Communist Party. If you look at both ends of the canal, massive Chinese Communist Party linked companies run the canal. That's unfair to the American people, many of whom lost their lives many years ago building this canal. The American taxpayers are paying millions of dollars for the canal, and the president believes it's in our national interest as a nation for Secretary Rubio to go there and begin these discussions, and that's exactly why he's doing that.
Caroline.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Is the United States in the process of pulling out of Syria militarily? Because the president wanted to do that in his first term as well, and he had a lot of pushback from the Pentagon and Congress. And based on what he said yesterday, is he considering doing that in a short time?
The president was asked and answered this question yesterday, and he, as the commander-in-chief of the United States military, reserves the right to review troop deployments overseas at any point in time.
Is that a topic right now?
Yes.
Thank you. Two questions. So we now know that the staffing was not normal at the air traffic tower, and so with the government freezing the hiring of new federal workers and offering buyouts, are you not afraid that more incidents of different kind could happen with less staffing in different agencies?
Well, the president is intent on ensuring that we are increasing staffing at these agencies, and that's why he signed a very strong executive order on his second day in office, immediately terminating DEI hiring practices at the FAA. He also, following the tragic crash, as you all know, in the Oval Office yesterday, signed a memorandum directing an immediate assessment of the FAA to ensure the federal government is maintaining the highest personnel and aviation safety standards. And I would also just say there's a cultural piece to this as well. If you are an American who has spent many years studying aviation and you graduate from school and you're an air traffic controller based on skill and merit, and then you apply for a job and you're forced to fill out a biographical questionnaire asking you the color of your skin and asking you where you're from in details that aren't relevant at all to the job description, I think that deteriorates the morale of people in this industry. And if you talk to people in this industry, they'll tell you that. In fact, many of them filed a lawsuit against the FAA a couple of years ago under Joe Biden's administration because they were denied positions because of this DEI hiring practice that was putting identity politics over merit and skills. That's unacceptable, and I think just to put a fine point on this, because this is the third or fourth question I've answered on this subject, when you are flying on an airplane with your loved ones, which every one of us in this room has, do you pray that your plane lands safely and gets you to your destination, or do you pray that the pilot has a certain skin color? I think we all know the answer to that question, and as President Trump said yesterday, it's common sense. Rob Crilly.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up on that last question, actually. Has there been any sort of assurance from the FAA that they will immediately improve staffing levels, given the reports of not normal staffing levels on Wednesday?
Oh, absolutely. You had Secretary Duffy here yesterday at the White House at this podium saying that he is on it, and we can all trust that he definitely will be. John Decker.
Thanks a lot, Carol. You followed me, right?
Yes, I did.
Thank you very much.
As long as your name's still John Decker.
It is, absolutely. Thank you. The president's meeting today with the founder and CEO of NVIDIA. What is that meeting concerning, and who sought that meeting?
I don't have details on this. It's a private meeting. It will take place at 2:30 p.m. I'll try to get there in time, and I can let you know after. How's that?
On Guantanamo Bay, can you give more details about setting up that detention facility at Gitmo? How will that come about? What's the timing in terms of standing it up? And of course, this has happened before during the Clinton administration.
Yeah, that's right.
Detainees of Cuban and Haitian descent were both detained at Guantanamo. Are you looking at that model in setting up this detention facility?
Secretary Hegseth, I believe, was on television this morning answering this question, and he said that the Department of Defense is already on it. He has directed his agency to ensure that Gitmo is increasing their capacity for beds, and that's exactly what President Trump's executive order did. It directed Secretary Hegseth and also Secretary Noem to expand the Migrant Operations Center at the Naval Station to provide for this extra detention space. And as Secretary Hegseth confirmed this morning, that operation is underway. Sure.
Caroline, on the tariffs, can you clarify whether those will actually be going into effect tomorrow, or
Yes.
whether there might be some lead time?
Yes.
And are those, they will be going into effect?
Correct.
And are those meant to be in place long term, or is there a scenario in which Canada, Mexico, and China can offer concessions and then they would be removed?
At this point, the president has made it very clear those tariffs are going to be implemented and in effect. If the president at any time decides to roll back those tariffs, I'll leave it to him to make that decision. But starting tomorrow, those tariffs will be in place. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline.
Yes.
Can you confirm a report by our friends at the Daily Mail that the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is going to be visiting the White House in February? And also, if I may, do you have any more details on Netanyahu's visit here next week?
Sure. I have not seen that report about the Prime Minister. I can go check back with our friends at the National Security Council and get back to you on that. I can confirm that Prime Minister Netanyahu will be here on Tuesday, February 4th, for a working meeting and visit with the President. And I'm sure you will all be here, very excited to cover that visit. Sure. Daniel.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome.
Back on the Guantanamo Bay subject, specifically, obviously, why does the president feel like that's the best location or a good location to make sure that Americans are safe from violent, illegal migrant crime?
Well, it's a really good question, and the memorandum that he signed, the order that he signed, builds on his previous executive actions, obviously, to secure our southern border and deport illegal criminals from the interior of our country. We know that we have an issue with detention space here in the interior, which is a big reason why Congress needs to pass this reconciliation package as quickly as possible to ensure that DHS and ICE have the funding they need to detain these individuals that the administration is very swiftly rounding up and deporting, arresting and deporting these illegal immigrant criminals. And so the president feels it's an appropriate place. Taxpayers are already funding it. The space is there. Why not use it? And the Secretary of Defense, as I said, is working on that as we speak. Sure. Yes.
Thank you so much for having me here and answering your question. So I want to talk more about the success that ICE is having, finding these violent criminal aliens, some of them being sexual predators. But my friend Ben Bergquam reports that the Chicago mayor and the Illinois governor are preventing ICE agents from going into jails and prisons to enforce detainers against illegal aliens. In Maryland, the Attorney General has also put out a memo hindering local police cooperation with ICE. Does the administration have any comment on leftist state and local officials defying ICE and Trump's deportation efforts?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that Democrat officials in these cities who have been completely overrun and overwhelmed by illegal immigrant criminals would refuse support and help to cure this problem that has especially taken over their cities. I guess they don't want to admit they've been wrong with their sanctuary city policies. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask them about their intentions, but they would be very wise to comply with this administration because this administration is hell-bent on enforcing our nation's immigration laws, and this administration will continue to arrest and detain and deport illegal migrant criminals. And what we won't do is defy our nation's immigration laws like the previous administration, who had these orders of removal on illegal immigrants across the country and were refusing to execute on them. We will continue to remove illegal criminals from our nation's interior.
Are these sanctuary city leaders, are they violating law?
I would certainly think so. I'd have to check back on which specific law they're violating, but certainly if they're not enforcing our nation's immigration law, sounds like they are breaking the law. And I would also add that their constituents don't approve of that. You've seen residents in Chicago show up at their city council meetings infuriated with their leadership in that city because they are working very hard to provide for their families. They want public safety and law and order, and their officials have abandoned those very basic American principles in these cities. And the American people want law and order. It's, again, an overwhelmingly popular policy to deport illegal criminals from our nation's interior, and this administration will continue to affect that goal. Sure. Sure.
A question on Colombia. We just interviewed Colombian President Gustavo Petro, and he insisted that he's not going to take any Colombian deportee from the U.S. if they arrive in South America handcuffed. How this administration responds to that?
When did the Colombian president make those remarks?
Today.
Okay.
In an interview with us at Univision.
Well, I will share those with the President of the United States, and I will get back to you on his response.
What happens if Nicolas Maduro?
Caroline, there are more than 150,000 disabled Americans who are working today. The president talked a lot yesterday about hiring the best and the brightest to work in the federal government. Safety aside, does he believe that disabled people do have a place to work in the federal government, and does he also support the current protections for disabled people working in the private sector as well.
The president has made it very clear that this is a common sense solution to solving some of the problems that we have seen at the Federal Aviation Administration and also when it comes to many of the federal agencies across our government. People should not be hired based on their disabilities, based on their skin color, their gender, their race. None of that matters. What matters to this president and this administration is how well you can do your job, and the American people agree with that sentiment. So it's about competence, skill, and merit. And so the president is focused on ensuring that the most competent individuals, the best and the brightest in this country, are in positions in this federal government, especially when it comes to public safety. Can't overemphasize the importance of those jobs. Sure.
So this follow-up on your question before, President Trump is holding China accountable on fentanyl by ramping up tariffs. So how is President Trump planning to hold China accountable on COVID origins?
I haven't spoken to the president about the COVID origins specifically in regards to any actions he may or may not take when it comes to China, but as I have previewed quite a few times today, he will be implementing a 10% tariff on China tomorrow. Sure. Hi.
Has the president made up his mind about a timeline for tariffs on the EU?
No, he has not.
Will it be a one-size-fit-all, or will it be differentiated among governments?
I won't get ahead of the president on tariffs when it comes to the European Union. What I can tell you again is that the president will be implementing 25% on Canada, 25% on Mexico, 10% on China tomorrow for the reasons that I have repeatedly laid out in this briefing. Newsmax, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you so much.
No, the gentleman behind you.
James Rose.
Yes, James. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Two quick questions on foreign policy, and then one very long and tedious and ponderous Rosen question thereafter. First, on Iran, we've heard very little about the president's forthcoming Iran policy besides his determination to prevent that nation from achieving a nuclear weapons capability. Is it the president's objective, short of the use of U.S. military force, to use the broad array of his powers to try to hasten the end of the Iranian regime?
I think the president has actually made his position on Iran very clear, and he made that clear when there were the negotiations about the ceasefire, which we know obviously is now in place, and the deadline on that ceasefire has continued. He said that Hamas and Iranian-backed terrorists would have hell to pay if that ceasefire didn't move forward, and then quickly thereafter it did. I also do have news on the hostage front, which I'm very surprised nobody asked about this because it is big news story. And the White House applauds the release of 8 additional hostages from Hamas captivity, thanks to the ceasefire deal secured by President Trump. 3 Israeli and 5 Thai nationals are being reunited with their families and their loved ones after being held in unspeakable conditions for over 15 months. And the president remains committed to the release of all remaining hostages, and they should have never been taken by the brutal terrorist group Hamas in the first place. And I think President Trump's working meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister next week emphasizes his continued support for Israel and ensuring that brutal terrorists in that region have hell to pay. Sure.
Can I just finish the other 2 questions?
Sure.
I know you want the long, ponderous Rosen. But first, on the Grinnell trip, as you know, under the previous administration, the U.S. recognized the opposition candidate in last year's elections, Edmundo Gonzalez, now exiled, as the legitimate president of Venezuela. Does the president's dispatching of Ambassador Grinnell to negotiate directly with President Maduro today mean that the U.S. now officially recognizes President Maduro as the legitimate president of Venezuela?
Absolutely not. As I made it very clear, former ambassador and now special envoy Rick Grinnell is going to Venezuela with 2 very clear directives. Make sure that Tren de Aragua members, of which there are 400 currently in custody, are repatriated back to Venezuela, and that all United States detainees return home. Thank you very much, guys.
Just on the president's use of language in this week yesterday,
Sure.
and without seeking to cast myself as some kind of moral exemplar because it's rather late in the day to try. Nonetheless, this was an event yesterday that began with a moment of silence for the victims of the air crash and the president's own invocation of, quote, a loving God. And then he uncorked that expletive to insult a former cabinet officer. It was the same expletive that I saw him use in East Room in 2020 when he famously held up the Trump acquitted headline. My question is, if you could shed any light for us on how the president perceives his use of public profanity, which is a practice that certainly sets him apart from all of his predecessors. Does he regard it as an effective communications device, part of his appeal, or is it something that he lapses into inadvertently, perhaps in times of frustration and later regrets?
I think one of the things that the American people love most about this president is that he often
Order
says
filled.
what they are thinking, but sometimes lack the courage to say themselves. And I think yesterday at this podium, you heard President Trump express great frustration, perhaps even anger, with the previous administration's policies, many of which have led to the crises that our country is currently facing and that this president is focused on fixing. Thank you guys very much. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next week.
Travel next week, Caroline?